Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Late Show, live from Los Angeles. This is your host, Young Brando, ready to talk watches. I'm very excited today because I was lucky enough to introduce a new segment to the channel, which I want to share here. I'm also going to drop a link. It's just a short. This is what it's going to be. I'm just going to basically interview people, mostly people I already know in my life, about their watches. And this is the first one that I did with a friend of mine, which I think came out really well. And they're supposed to be spontaneous, they're supposed to be off the cuff, no pun intended, and they're supposed to be short and sweet. And well, there you go. Here is Ben Maccabee talking about his Hoya Monaco.
Hi, Ben. Would you like to tell me about your watch?
My Tag Heuer.
Yes, please.
My wife bought it for me when I turned 50 years old. And knowing that I love Steve McQueen, and that's the watch, the Monaco, that he was wearing when he was racing Le Mans, the movie. And I don't know, maybe it's a link or something to get closer to Steve McQueen. In my opinion, he was unfreaking believable. The king of cool.
So how does it make you feel when you put that watch on in the morning?
King of cool.
Thank you, Ben.
You're
This was too good. This was too good. Anyway, this is going to be a new segment, and I look forward to sharing some more with you. It's going to be just people from different walks of life, wearing different kinds of watches. Whatever is on their wrist will be the point of conversation, and hopefully, we will learn something about them and something about their watches in the process. I look forward to expanding on that. Hopefully, this was just the first time. Um, and hopefully, I will have more occasions, perhaps to interview some of you in the future. That would be just fantastic. We're going to talk about the Antiquorum Geneva auction. It is part of the spring season in Geneva. Antiquorum, as you know, is one of the oldest in this business, in the business of auctioning watches. And they're also one of my favorites, as you probably have figured out by now. Hey, JB. Lovely to see you, man. I like I like their presentation. I like the fact that they curate in equal measure vintage, neo-vintage, and contemporary watches. I like the fact that they also include a lot of interesting watch-related items, accessories, and parts once every so often. And I also like that they have a pretty well-established grading system. For example, let's scroll down to lot 4, which is actually a stunning piece. This is a Movado chronograph from 1950s. And it has something very important about it. And it's not only the Breguet numerals, but these pieces had the exact same case maker that the Patek Philippe reference 1463, the Tasti Tondi, had. So Tasti Tondi, of course, refers to those round pushers with a conical top that is itself guilloche decorated for added grip. The cases themselves are waterproof with screw-down case back, etc. So for their time, they used to be the sporty chronographs in so many ways. And Movado had the same case maker, François Borgel, for their chronographs, which have either the M90, the 2-register, or M95, pardon me, movement inside them. This is an M95, a reference 19018 in stainless steel. The case is around 33 millimeters. The dial looks impeccable, with beautifully applied Breguet numerals and a set of fire blued hands, which are spade for hours, and this twisted beauty for the minutes. And as is the characteristic for the Movado chronographs, the two chronograph hands have this squiggly serpentine appearance too. So a beautiful piece, a unique piece, even though it is recognizable as a vintage classic at first glance, and in impeccable condition too. And that's what we were talking about initially. That's the grade they give, for example, to if a watch is the best they can source, they initial it with their A. Triple A is also the highest grade. Then it grades down from there. I will just post the link to their glossary, their index for this, for these grading standards. And I will also post the link to their website, the auction listings. So if you have any questions, if you want me to dive deep into any particular lots and talk about it in some historical and horological depth, by all means, you can send in a super chat with the lot number, and I would be more than delighted to talk to you about them. So this particular piece, which is a Movado chronograph reference 19018 with the famous François Borgel case in pristine condition, basically a time capsule from the 1950s in stainless steel case, beautiful heat blued hands, serpentine hands on the chronograph registers, applied Breguet numerals on the dial, beautiful set of heat blued hands for hours and minutes, and those famous round pushers with that extra grip, the Tasti Tondi, which was given as a nickname by Italian collectors to the Patek Philippe 1463, a contemporary to Movado chronographs with M90 and 95 movements, a lot of which were served up in these waterproof Borgel cases. Lot number 4, that is going to be up for sale in the upcoming May 14 and 15 auction by Antiquorum Geneva, has a pre-auction estimates of 3,400 to 5,700 US dollars. Here's the link to the auction listings. The PDF is a great great key to their grading system. Here's another great example. This one is a big eye chronograph in an oversized case, branded Leonidas, which is, of course, the counterpart of Hoya, with a silver dial. It's a big eye chronograph, so with those oversized registers. At 9, you have the continuous running seconds, and at 3, you have 30-minute totalizer. It is, again, a waterproof case, hermétique, in stainless steel, 38 millimeters, and with Valjoux 22 caliber as its beating heart. This one is also overall graded with a AAA, which corresponds to excellent. Perhaps not the best one they have ever seen, right? That's when they give their own initial, but certainly right up there. That is lot number 2, Leonidas 38 millimeter big eye chronograph in stainless steel. It is expected to finalize hammer price, realize a final hammer price somewhere between 4,600 to 6,800 in US dollars. Since we are doing the greatest hits of chronographs, why not consider this beauty with the Art Deco Arabic numerals at 12 and 6, and a tachometer on the perimeter of a gorgeous two-tone silver dial. Again, you have oversized registers, perhaps not as dramatic as the Leonidas Hoya Big Eye that we have seen. Lemania, again, one of the biggest chronograph makers of the era. Lovely onion crown that's, or, I guess this is harder to call onion, but the knurled grip on the crown that sits relatively flush on the steel case. Bean-shaped pushers, which give the watch a quirky flavor, as do the Art Deco numerals, and of course the spare-like hands as well, which I guess you can also call alpha. This is a 37 millimeter stainless steel case from the 1960s. The piece has a pre-auction estimate of 4,000 to 5,100 in US dollars. We have taken a look at the Movado 19018 with the waterproof François Borgel case in an absolutely remarkable condition, applied Breguet numerals, and a beautiful set of flame-blued stainless steel hands from the 1950s with a 33 millimeter case, 3,400 to 5,700 in US dollars. Another beautiful piece by Movado with spider-shaped lugs and a two-tone dial. This is a triple date that has a pointer date on the periphery of the dial and two apertures that give you the day of the week and the date. The dial is in unrestored original condition, and the piece is in 18 karat pink gold. Again, two-tone unrestored original dial in this 18 karat pink gold calendar, 34 millimeter case, and spider lugs. The estimate is 2,300 to 4,600 in US dollars for this Movado triple calendar. We have a trilogy of one of my favorite watches, one that I'm wearing today. We're talking about the Universal Genève tri-compacts. Here's an example in yellow gold with a matching, if I dare to say, champagne dial, which has certainly seen better days. But again, I would take something like this over a restored dial every day of the week. This is the smaller case size. It is a model that was produced in the 60s, 34 millimeters about, for this triple calendar chronograph with the romantic moon phase indicator at 12 o'clock. And this is apparently an edition that was made for the 25th anniversary for the Fabrique de Balancier Réunis. Very cool piece. You can see how striking those heat blued hands are, and the Dauphine hands seem still very sharp and beautifully complementary to both the dial and the case. This is lot 7 for Universal tri-compacts with a 34 millimeter yellow gold case. And this piece is expected to fetch an amount somewhere between 3,400 to 5,700 in US dollars. Lot 8 is a 35 millimeter stainless steel version. Once again, from the 50s, we have a piece that has a lot of patina on the dial, but it's for the most part very even, which allows the watch not to turn into some unseemly beast. You have a kind of pink gilt accent situation going on as well for the Arabic numerals, as well as the set of feuille hands. The gilt plating has partly worn off on the hands as well. And this is also a lesson, by the way, as you can see, how a lot of elements of watchmaking that have been perhaps later on embraced as decorative elements, as artistic flourishes, actually had very strong preservative and functional purposes. And that's why they used to temper these hands, for example, stainless steel hands, so that they don't tarnish easily, so that they don't corrode, so that they don't take on rust over time. And you can see how they have absolutely outperformed the gold-plated hands in terms of how they resisted the ravages of time. That's a beautiful detail to notice. This is lot number 8. Once again, Universal Genève's own 50th anniversary watch, the tri-compacts, the triple calendar chronograph. in stainless steel, 35 millimeter case from the 50s with an estimate 3,400 to 5,700 in US dollars. Now, lot 9 once again presents us a very interesting and beautiful example. It comes actually in the same case as mine, 37 millimeters. It's technically unbranded, and it is basically stripped from its calendar. What you have is pure and simple a 3-register chronograph with a moon phase indicator and a pointer date, which actually looks pretty cool and very balanced as well. So essentially you have my dial, but without the 2 openings on either side at the lower end of that moon phase. Oh, MD Chaz, how are you doing? Basils, nice to see both of you. And JB, thank you. Yeah, right here. So I will switch to 13 right away. So this is an unbranded example, most probably made by Université Genève with the tachometer on the periphery of the dial, 12-hour counter at 6, continuous running seconds at 9, 30-minute totalizer at 3, pointer dates at 12 with the moon phase, with the sturgeon faced moon phase at 12 o'clock. The centrally deployed chronograph hand is rendered in this striking red. Beautiful watch, and has a very nice and clean dial, and the pencil hands, I think, actually add to the minimalized, purified appearance of this watch. Again, I love the fact that mine combines triple calendar with chronograph, but this is also just such a great look. This is lot 9. Basically a universal with a sterile dial, with an unbranded dial in a 37 millimeter stainless steel case. Just the pointer date and moon phase indicator at 12 o'clock. Otherwise, a beautiful 3-register chronograph with an estimated value of 3,400 to 5,700 in US dollars. Lot 13. Oh. Well, this is not necessarily a softball, because this is actually a beautiful and very desirable piece. Abercrombie Fitch, as you guys know, still exists in some shape or form. But at a given point in time, they actually retailed some cool watches, and especially the co-branded Hoya pieces, the co-branded Hoya chronographs are extremely desirable. As a little Rolex trivia as well, the so-called Rolex Commando, which is kind of like a junior-sized 1016, a junior-sized Explorer, was also retailed by Abercrombie and Fitch for civilians. So that's a piece of history as well. And here you have an Autavia on a 7-link matching bracelet in stainless steel, and with a very cool, battered but not beaten look. The co-signature of Abercrombie and Fitch wrapping itself around the 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock. Autavia is actually a portmanteau word that combines the two aspirations of Hoya's chronographs, especially this particular chronograph, automotive and aviation, right? It was a chronograph designed, it was a timekeeper made for both race car drivers and pilots. And it actually preceded the Carrera. So this is a great Hoya to have. I particularly love these iterations, which come in black and white or white or black, white and black, panda, reverse panda, whatever you want to call it. You also have the added luxury of a fully graduated bidirectional timing bezel, right? So you kind of have a dive watch aesthetic too, in a certain sense. Your integrated bracelet, well, your matching bracelet, I should say, and the pump pushers, the beads of rice and pump pushers give the watch that strong flavor of vintage from the 60s. Hoya Autavia, reference 2446, retailed by Abercrombie and Fitch in stainless steel on its matching 7-row bracelets. It is estimated to fetch somewhere in the environs of 4,600 to 6,800 US dollars. Of course, you know, the dial is not impeccable, so that might knock down the value a little bit. But depending on who is in that room, depending on who sends in bids, this piece can actually go above the higher ceiling of that estimate. That was lot number 13. A very, very special piece running on Valjoux 72 and the beads of rice bracelets being supplied by Guy Frères, who, of course, is one of the most legendary bracelet makers when it comes to sports watches, from Rolex to Hoya to the integrated bracelets of early Royal Oaks and Nautiluses. They ran the whole gamut. They had cornered the market. Thank you, JB. That was a very good hint. It was my pleasure talking about it. At number 12, we can talk a little bit more about Hoya. This is a piece that's, once again, is in spectacular condition in a 35 millimeter case, built on the base of a Valjoux 88 caliber, stainless steel, with the two correctors giving it a unique shape, right, rather than sitting flush on the case, which you may or may not prefer. I think it gives the case a unique sense of balance visually, so I don't mind it at all. Here you have the dial having patinated into a very soft eggshell tone, Arabic numerals that alternate with those gilt beads. The date is shown on the periphery of the dial with this thin blue arrow. The moon phase is within the 12-hour counter at 6. We have a 30-minute totalizer, big I at 3. Again, a big I for the continuous running seconds at 9 o'clock. And the two apertures give us the day of the week and the month in blue. And Hoya has one of the best logos of all time. I'm ready to die on that hill. I love that styling. And they know it too, right? There's a reason that whenever Tag Heuer does a vintage reissue or vintage styled watch in any of their iconic lines, this is the logo they bring back to the dial, and it's not a coincidence. So at lots number 12, we have an example of a triple date stainless steel 35 millimeter 3-register big eye chronograph by Hoya from the 50s. The moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock as well, in a condition that Antiquorum deems as excellent, grading it AAA. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 5,100 to 7,400 in US dollars. Another fantastic vintage chronograph that follows. It is a Breitling Top Time with the big eyes. Fantastic piece and in a very good condition too. 40 millimeter. You also have a 12-hour rotational bezel. You have the tachometer on the periphery of the dial, 30-minute counter at 3, 12-hour counter at 6, and the continuous running seconds at 9. A very clean black dial that contrasts with those subtly recessed and thoughtfully guilloché silver chronograph registers. The chamfers on the case also seem quite prominent and well preserved. Again, for 40 millimeters. So of all the chronographs that we have seen, perhaps that this mid-70s piece is more akin to the contemporary tastes in sports watches. This is the Breitling Top Time at lot 14 with an estimated value of 4,600 to 6,800 in US dollars. John D, welcome, welcome, welcome. Lot 16 is my kind of thing. This is all my kind of thing, JB. I'm having, and that's why I love Antiquorum. It's like all of it is just fantastic. Speaking of which, here's lot 15, which is a brother to your watch. This is a Breitling Navitimer from early 70s, reference 7806, with the addition of the date between 4 and 5 o'clock. I think everything is pretty much perfect, all down to the preservation of these red accents on the scales. However, one thing that I can't bear, and you can see this sometimes on vintage Rolex watches too, sometimes the luminous material ages into this mint toothpaste flavor kind of thing, which is really not, it's just not my thing. But anyway, once again, I would prefer mostly clean and properly patinated dial like this with the twin jets to, to a dial that's been somehow restored or reloomed. In this case, the piece also comes on its matching stainless steel bracelet. Lot 15 is actually going to be sold without reserve, which means that the bidding will start at 1 franc. Nevertheless, the estimated value is 1,700 to 2,900 in US dollars for this Breitling Navitimer reference 7806 in 41 millimeter stainless steel with matching stainless steel bracelet. Lot 16. This is the genuine article. The twin jet dial, which has certainly seen better days. That's why I was extolling the lot 15 above. In this case, you have a dial, that has been quite patinated. And if it weren't for, again, the way the loom has aged in particular on the dial, I would still be interested in a piece like this, but it makes everything seem a little less desirable, to me at least. But that's just a personal opinion. Of course, we have again the 41 millimeter Navitimer case, which for its time, of course, was absolutely gigantic. This piece runs on the hand-wound Venus 178 caliber. And it is estimated to fetch an amount in the environs of 2,300 to 4,600 in US dollars. That was a Breitling Navitimer 806. That, reverse panda dial is just cool. With the scales on the periphery of the dial matching the silvery tones of the 3 chronograph registers. It's just a very cool look. And it's an almost immediately identifiable look too. This can be a birthday watch for someone birth year, I should say, from 1982. I remember someone in the community was looking for a 40th birthday present for his wife. Last year, of course, that has passed, but if that person has still not gotten it, here's a great example at lot 18, an Omega reference 145-022, certified here with AA, very good condition. Of course, running on the 861 caliber with that iconic lyre lug case that was produced by Huguenin Frères, and with a dial that has beautifully patinated into this slightly brownish matte black color. A classic Speedmaster from 1982 on its bracelet with an estimated value of 2,300 to 4,600 in US dollars. We have a younger piece from 1997, perhaps a little more tropical. Tritium dial, lot 19. This is a reference 3570-50. sold in 1997 to Panama, and with an estimated value of 2,300 to 4,600 in US dollars. Another beautiful one here. Look at that stepped dial. Belongs to the immediate post-moon landing age. Reference 145.022-69. With what was then the new 861 movement, sold to Germany in 1970. Lot 20 is expected to realize a final hammer price between 1,700 to 2,900 in US dollars. Wow. Lot 23 is the ever interesting deep sea Memovox. This is the European version with the full Gégé-Lecoutre branding. A very tropical dial, a rather battered bezel, but as you can see, these pieces in honest condition even have quickly slipped out of the grasp of humble collectors. Here you can see this particular example with, again, those striking syringe hands that give the watch its je ne sais quoi kind of feel. At 39 millimeters, it's again a beautiful watch, beautiful diver style alarm watch by Gégé-Lecoutre, made for the European market, reference E857, with an estimated value here of 22,600 to 33,800 US dollars. That was lot 23. Here is a sterile chronograph. I wanted to highlight this because if you're interested in mid-century chronographs, something like this could be a fascinating addition. It's coming from the 60s with a 38 millimeter case. The dial itself is relatively well preserved. The loom, of course, has completely expired. You have the Dauphine hands that have also been filled with loom. And you have the tachometer snailed into the center of the dial in this two-register sterile chronograph, unbranded. The lovely thing about this is it comes in those oversized and very muscular stainless steel Spielmann cases, screw down case back, waterproof. And I am a huge fan of those angular lugs where you have that steep incline from one surface to the other. It makes these pieces seem a lot more aggressive and a lot sportier than they may have been intended, although I think the intention was already there. Another great Easter egg is, once again, this is something built on the Valjoux 22, which is the standard fare of its time for the hand-wound chronograph to register. This could be an absolute gem in a collection for someone who is looking for value, heritage, and character. Lot 25, a 60s chronograph built on the base of Valjoux 22 in a Spielmann case with an estimated value of 1,700 to 2,900 in US dollars. This is a very well preserved and oversized Jaeger-LeCoultre chronograph built on Valjoux 72. You can see how beautiful that dial still looks. Largely matte blue, but with all kinds of colorful accents, ranging from flame red to orange to powder blue. It's just a striking piece. It is a multi-meter chronograph, has the pulsometer that is expressed at the first quarter of the periphery of the dial, graduated for 15 pulsations, right? You engage, count up to 15 pulses, and when you stop, the chronograph seconds hand will settle roughly at your patient's pulse. And it also has, for the rest of the scale, a tachometer, these micro hands in orange that give a certain mechanical charm to the device for the chronograph registers, which are a 30-minute totalizer at 3, 12-hour counter at 6, and a continuous running seconds at 9. Of course, you have this beautifully shaped orange chronograph seconds hand that is centrally deployed and that matches not only the other chronograph hands, but also the color of the tachometer writing. This is a 43 millimeter oversized Jaeger-LeCoultre chronograph built on the Valjoux 72 base, reference number 2648.42, in stainless steel and with an estimated value of 5,100 to 7,400. And it has clearly deserved that AAA for an excellent grade in its valuation. As always, you can reach out to them to ask for a more detailed condition report and more pictures, because there's a certain sense that Antiquorum has a detailed grading system, but they don't really provide a lot of detailed pictures. So unfortunately, you need to take the initiative. If you're interested in one of the lots, to write to them, to call them and ask for more information, write to them and ask for more pictures, more detailed shots. The onus is on you. This is a great one too. So this is a chronograph from Beauvais. Beauvais, as you know, is a company, is a heritage maker that is still very much active in Fleurier, toiling away in their castle above everyone else. And this piece from 1950s is what they call mono-rattrapante. What that essentially means is that it's not a split-second chronograph, but when you engage the chronograph and then press the stop, it will give you a reading and stay there, the chronograph seconds end, and then continue moving when you release it. So it's not a split-second chronograph, but perhaps in a way, in a very nerdy way, I have to say, perhaps more intriguing in a way, to me at least. Because again, it's interesting to observe, right? Because the chronograph seconds hands is running, you stop temporarily, you get the reading, you release, and it has basically, let's put it like this, a technical internal memory. So when you release, it actually jumps forward to where it should be, right? So when you rattrape, when you catch with the stop, it gives you a reading even as it actually continues to operate, which it catches up to. So pretty cool function on this gilt black dial Beauvais chronograph from the 50s. I believe it's a 35 millimeter stainless steel case in pretty enviable condition. Beautiful Arabic numerals, feuille hands, 2-register chronograph. A pretty striking piece presented on a well-weathered leather strap. This is lot 26 with an estimated value of 7,900 to 13,600 in US dollars. Valjoux 72 is almost always without date, JB. I think they had a version called 72C, but that was not only date, but triple date. So I'm not even sure if there was a version of the Valjoux just with the date. So Valjoux 72 is, by definition, the 3-register hand-wound chronograph that you saw powering generations of hand-wound Daytonas and even the pre-Daytona chronographs before them. And then 72C was the triple date version. Trying to think. Yeah. Valjoux 22 was the two register. Anyway. Yeah, there's that. This is a very, very nice watch and in great condition too. Lot 33, Favre Le Bas, it's a bivouac in stainless steel, mid 60s piece, a diving piece with an altimeter and a barometer. Beautiful silver dial with red accents that are matched by the second hands. And a beautiful tool watch, purely of its time, by one of the heritage makers that are lost to the ages. Well patinated, well tarnished bezel insert too, which I think contrasts really nicely with the rest of the watch, with the rest of the stellar condition, so to speak. On its original bracelet at 38 millimeters, I think that stepped two-tone silver dial is just a complete showstopper. Wow. This is lot 33, Favre Le Bas, reference 53203. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price between 3,400 to 5,700 in US dollars. At lot 32, we have a dive watch by Enicar, which is just Racine spelled backwards. An internal rotational bezel for dive timing that is rotated with the help of the second crown. Date at 3 o'clock. And the Dauphine hands, as well as a centrally deployed lollipop seconds hand, add to the vintage charm of this piece. A reference 2342, an Enicar Sherpa Super Drive, or Super Dive, I should say, in stainless steel, 40 millimeters from around 1967, and with an estimated value of 1,400 to 2,500 in US dollars. At lot 35, we have another Hoya, this time again in the reverse panda configuration, but with a rotational bezel that has a tachometer insert. Very pure and beautiful and nicely preserved as well. From 1969, built on the Valjoux 72 caliber. A 3-register classic reverse panda Otavia chronograph with a tachometer bezel in stainless steel. This is Hoya Autavia reference 2446C at lot 35. It is expected to realize a final hammer price between 9,100 to 13,600. We are approaching the 1 hour mark, so if you have enjoyed the show, if you have learned something from it, please don't hesitate to hit the like button. It really makes a big difference for a small channel like mine. So please help me boost this stream just a little bit more. We have mil-spec version of the same watch on a cushion-shaped case. This is the Autavia reference 73663 Bund. You can distinguish it by these Arabic numerals, the set of hands, of course, which are more dramatic in a way and better loomed. And even though this arrow for the chronograph seconds hand is now missing its luminous part, that spare-like seconds hand is usually a tell as well. Once again, you have the tachometer on the bezel. The piece is from 74, based on a more workhorse and cost-cutting Valjoux 7736. This is lot 36 with an estimated value of 1,150 to 2,300 in US dollars. A very interesting and clean example of the Blancpain bathyscaphe from 1970 in this anthracite gray sunburst dial. Fat stick markers matched with these fat stick hands. Date at 3 o'clock, which is framed, and a fully graduated 60-minute rotational bezel. A nice oversized crown without guards for a comfortable grip. This is a lovely reduced sized wristwatch, dive watch for the enthusiast at 36 millimeters, the Blancpain bathyscaphe from the 70s in excellent condition and with an estimated value of 7,900 to 14,700 in US dollars. Here's again a beautiful vintage watch that is in stellar condition. This is the original Super Ocean, which was reissued a couple of years ago, or already a few years ago, by Breitling on its mesh bracelet in matching stainless steel and with a rotational bezel that has taken on this maroon-like color in its patina. Very emphatic application of luminous material on the dial, very much of its time, with a bezel that sloops inward and a crystal that's very nicely domed. This is a Breitling Super Ocean reference 1004 from the from the late 50s on a stainless steel mesh bracelet, receiving the highest grade from Antiquorum. Lot 38 is expected to fetch an amount somewhere between 11,300 to 16,900 in US dollars. some great Breitlings here. Again, we have a top time that is built on the Venus 178 base in a reverse panda configuration. Beautiful black dial and those subtly recessed and guilloche silvered chronograph registers. 30-minute totalizer at 3, 12-hour counter at 6, and continuous running seconds at 9. An orange centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand tracks along the tachometer on the periphery of the dial, and you also have a 12-hour rotational bezel as well. This is a 40 millimeter piece from the late 1960s. 68 is the date given here, and the piece has an estimated value at lot 39 from 1,700 to 2,900 in US dollars. At lot 40, we have another Breitling chronograph, this time the unit time with the 24-hour dial. You have a genuine big eye as a 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, which is bigger than both the 12-hour counter at 6 and the continuous running seconds at 3. You have that spare-like centrally deployed seconds hand, a 24-hour rotational bezel on a 24-hour dial. This is the Breitling reference 1765 unit time in stainless steel, 41 millimeters, built on the Venus 178 hand-wound chronograph caliber. It is expected to realize a final hammer price between 9,100 to 13,600 in US dollars. Hey, Stephen, nice to see you. And Mike David, my regards to New Zealand. Welcome, welcome both. Welcome all. Please hit the like button. At lot 41, we have a pre-moon Ed White Speedmaster. This is a reference 105003 in stainless steel with its flat link matching bracelets. A 2-line dial, Omega Speedmaster, and that's about it. With those straight lugs, and of course the Omega 321 caliber, which is the Moonwatch caliber and which was built on the Lemania CH27 base. Of course, these pieces also have smaller cases that are closer to 38 millimeters than the 42 millimeter more modern post-moon landing lyre lug Speedmaster cases. The Ed White here has an estimated value at lot 41 between 7,900 to 13,600 in US dollars. Here's another 321, but with the lyre lug case and the updated bracelets in stainless steel with the 42 millimeter lyre lug case produced by Iguenin Frères. This is reference 1450012 from 1968 roundabout, beating with the Omega 321 caliber. Lot Number 42 has an estimated value of 11,300 to 16,900 in US dollars. At lot 43, again, just so we have a sense of all the variations, and we somehow had earlier as well, this is early iterations of the 861 caliber with the lyre-like case. The dial has a very interesting patina. The reference 145.022-68, 42 millimeter case with the then new 861 caliber. This is a Speedmaster from 1969 with an estimated value of 4,600 to 6,800 in US dollars. Again, number 44 with the 42 millimeter case, the lyre-like case from 1968 with the 321 caliber. And this is estimated to fetch a final hammer price between 5,700 to 9,100 in US dollars. This is an interesting, crash course for those who say that all Speedmasters look the same. Here's another example from around 1964, a reference 105.012, running again on the Omega 321 caliber, but in the 42 millimeter lyre-like case, step dial, subtly recessed for the chronograph registers, a 3-line dial as well, here on a canvas strap, and with an estimated value of 9,100 to 13,600 US dollars. This is a very interesting piece with a racing dial sold around 1968 to Switzerland, the 42 millimeter lyre-like case with a flat link bracelet, orange handset, orange accents on a racing dial, 2-liner, reference 145012. This is an early Speedmaster racing in the newly adopted 42 millimeter lyre-like case running on the Moonwatch caliber 321. Lot 47 is striking hot, and it is expected to realize a final hammer price for more than $45,000, 45,100 to 68,000 in US dollars. This is a beautiful piece as well. Chrono Swiss, as you probably know, was a brand that really distinguished itself early on with their regulator style dials. And this is a beautiful execution in a 35 millimeter pink gold case in 18 karat pink gold, those officer style lugs, and a knurled bezel, the green enamel guilloche dial, one of only 25 pieces from around 2000, year 2000. This is number 2 out of 25, lot 48, here presented on a green ostrich strap. Chrono Swiss Régulateur, one of only 25 in 18 karat pink gold case with a striking green enamel guilloche dial. This has an estimated value of 3,400 to 5,700 in US dollars. That's striking onion crown as well. Lot 48. Lot 49 is a Chrono Swiss Delphis. Again, beautiful application of the guilloche art. The center dial is decorated with rosette style engine turning, which emanates from the seconds hand. That subdial has a basket weave decoration, and you have a retrograde minute hand that's expressed in a 60-minute scale that opens up like a fan in the upper half of the dial. Of course, you have the jump hour that you can glimpse at 12 o'clock through an aperture. The minute hand is also very beautifully and elegantly twisted. Both the minute and seconds hand are heat blued. The traditional elements of Chrono Swiss, the knurled bezel that is also present on the case back, is very striking, and you have that oversized onion crown as well, combined with the officer lugs, classic style of a Chrono Swiss watch. This is the Delphis, which is their jump hour with retrograde minutes, here in a 38 millimeter stainless steel case, and basically comes as a full set, as you can see on its original presentation box, product literature, and papers as well. That is lot 49, Chrono Swiss Delphis jump hour watch with retrograde minutes. It has an estimated value of 1,150 to 2,300 in US dollars. Yeah, lot 47 is like a Schumacher avant le lettre. Yeah, for sure. Ooh, here's an interesting example of a limited edition of Omega Museum Collection, a tonneau-shaped case with very stylized Art Deco style Arabic numerals, continuous running seconds, small seconds at 6 on a subdial, in pink gold. This was one of 1915, a model that's called Petrograd, which is the older name of St. Petersburg. Lot 52 is a tonneau-shaped piece, a limited edition piece from Omega's museum collection in 18 karat pink gold, one of 1915, with an estimated value of 3,400 to 5,700 pieces. An interesting Art Deco piece by Omega at lot 52. Lot 53 is perhaps one of the most underappreciated watches when it comes to Audemars Piguet watches altogether. This is a tank style watch, rectangular, Edward Piguet in the perpetual calendar version. It is in platinum here, comes with a matching platinum buckle. It was overhauled apparently by Audemars Piguet in 2007. It's a piece from the 90s, and it is a perpetual calendar. As you can see, a beautiful silver dial with moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock and lovely, subtly subtly recessed, lovely registers for a pointer dates, month and day of the week, railroad track for the minutes on the periphery of the dial. A very beautiful and elegant, subtle perpetual calendar indeed, in the older tradition of miniaturized complications, ultra thin dress watches that Audemars Piguet so graciously represented at a certain point in time. That is lot 53, with an estimated value of 16,900 to 28,200 in US dollars. This is the AP Edouard Piguet perpetual calendar in platinum at lot 53. Oh, this is beautiful. All right, I should send this immediately to Charlie. This is a Vulcane cricket. Lot number 55. Vulcane cricket is perhaps even more so than the JLC Memovox, the alarm watch. Here it is combined with a GMT world time function, which has, as you can see, this additional hour hand. It is one of only 28 in white gold. You can see that recessed case back for the enhanced acoustics. 10 Atmos of a depth rating, which is, shall we say, respectable. And this is a commemorative edition, clearly made for the 2004 Olympics in Athens. Here We have a Clausonet dial for the model called Hephaistos. Wonderful, wonderful piece indeed. Of course, you have Athens on the dial as part of the city's ring as well. And what a beautiful Clausonet enamel painting with beads marking the hours in matching white gold too. The number is carried over, the series number is carried over on that Clausonet enamel dial as well. This is lot 55 with an estimated value of 3,400 to 5,700 in US dollars. Oh my, there are 3 of them back to back. Amazing. Number 56, once again, we have Vulcane Cricket GMT alarm watch with Clausonet enamel dial that depicts a discus thrower. Once again, it's number 2, presented in an 18 karat white gold case, combining the functions of an alarm and GMT wristwatch at 42 millimeters with a matching Vulcane buckle. This is once again the Vulcane Cricket Hephaistos discus thrower, number 2 out of 28, the alarm and GMT watch that is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 3,400 to 5,700 in US dollars. Lot 57 is like a jumper this time, again, part of the same series. Once again, 2 out of 28 with a Clausonet enamel dial that depicts an Olympic jumper and a beautiful portion of the Greek flag, combining the functions of an alarm and GMT watch at a 42 millimeter white gold case that also integrates a rotational 24-hour cities ring. This is the Vulcane Cricket Hephaistos, number 2 out of 28 in 18 karat white gold with a Clausonet enamel dial and an estimated value of 3,400 to 5,700 US dollars. At lot 59, we have again one of the undervalued and underappreciated pieces that is coming into attention more and more recently. This is the C timer version of the Cartier Pasha with a 40 millimeter stainless steel case and a stainless steel rubber hybrid bracelet that latches on to the iconic Vendôme lugs that were invented by Louis Cartier and, well, initially designed by Louis Cartier and revised and reiterated by Gérard Janta for this iconic piece. This is the sportiest version. This is the most nautical version of his Pasha design, which had actually on its, so to speak, on its commission to be a waterproof watch, but this perhaps is the most dive watch like of the Cartier Pachas. The Pasha design famously replaces the characteristic Roman numerals of Cartier with stylized Arabic numerals placed at the quarters. There's also a date window in this example between 4 and 5 o'clock, and that contrasting and frictious, in a way, interplay of geometric shapes is relayed here with a square railroad track at the center of the dial that contrasts with the perfectly round case. You also have a 60 minutes rotational bezel with the full first 20 minutes fully graduated, and the crown guard is like a flask, basically. You have to unscrew it to manipulate the crown. It's a beautiful piece of design, perhaps expressed in a style that was a little untimely when it first came out, but it would fit right home in 2023, oddly. This is from 2010s, Cartier reference 2790, a Pasha C timer in 40 millimeters stainless steel with a hybrid rubber stainless steel bracelets. It is sold without reserve, so bidding will start at 1 franc, but the piece has an estimated value of 2,300 to 4,600 in US dollars. My particular highlight are these generously loomed lozenge-shaped hands. That was lot number 59. Lot number 60 is a limited edition, a Jubilee edition example of the IWC Portuguesa for the 125th year of IWC's founding in Schaffhausen, one of 1,000 pieces made in stainless steel. Portuguesa is characteristically and traditionally an oversized dress watch, and here it is in a 42 millimeter stainless steel case, oversized seconds at 6 o'clock on a subdial, and elongated feuille hands that indicate hours and minutes on an off-white dial that is applied with Arabic numerals. This is lot 60, IWC Portuguesa, reference IW 5441, one of 1,000 in stainless steel, and with an estimated value of 7,900 to 13,600 in US dollars. Love it. Yeah, Golden Boy. Golden Boy. I have a friend who just signed with Golden Boy. I'm very happy with it. I'm very happy with it. John D says the Pasha is so interesting on every level. I think it's highly underappreciated. I don't know if we are slated for a strong comeback for the Pasha, but certainly it is a cool piece. There we go. We were just talking about Portuguesa, and as you know, I love that Richard Habring has, as part of IWC, brought us the industrially and serially produced split-second chronograph perhaps if it weren't for people like Kurt Klaus and Richard Habring, who devised modules to build a perpetual calendar on the basis of Valjoux 77, who built a module in the case of Richard Habring to make a Doppelchronograph, a rattrapante, a split seconds chronograph on the basis of Valjoux 7750. Perhaps not a lot of us would have had access. Most of us would not have had access to these kinds of prestigious complications like the perpetual calendar chronograph, split seconds chronograph. At lot 61, we have an IWC reference 3712, which is a Portuguese split second chronograph in 18 karat pink gold. Of course, we have a 41 millimeter case with the 12/6 layout for the two chronograph registers, 30-minute totalizer at 12, continuous running seconds at 6, and of course the two chronograph hands centrally deployed and beautifully heat blued as well, just as the micro hand that counts the minutes. This piece has an estimated value at lot 61 of 6,200 to 9,600 in US dollars. Wow. Look at this while I grab a cup of water. All right, we're back. What a day. What a day. Welcome back, Stephen. So we are actually looking at Gérard Perregaux minute repeater in platinum. You can see the dial is more reminiscent of Breguet than anything. The number 0 is even inscribed on a plaque on the dial, which makes me assume that this was once a prototype. Beautiful guilloche decoration at the center of the dial. Even more unique, more beautiful decoration. Well, I shouldn't say more unique, because I think the center dial pattern is actually pretty unique to GP. And the pattern at this small seconds subdial, which is placed at 9, is more of a classic rosette, but it is quite stunning. Heat blued feuille hands for the hours and minutes, and a heat blued hand for the seconds as well. Roman numerals on a Breguet frosted hour track, and a very prominent slider on the left flank of the case to initiate the chiming. And on the back, you have a very nicely decorated old school chiming caliber with black polished hammers and the gong, as you can see. Amazing, amazing. The elements of black polishing in and of itself, I think, elevates to a different level. Black polishing is what the French call either simply poli noir or poli speculaire. So in fact, it is a particular kind of mirror polishing, but in a sense, it's so absolute that it is perfectly high polished surface that when it is gazed upon from certain angles gives this black look where it basically doesn't reflect the light and mostly absorbs it, hence the name black polish. It's essentially basically you get how can I explain this very quickly and well, essentially you have a surface like a tin plate which you grease up, let's say, right, which you put with a little bit of olive oil. Olive oil is a joke, but you know, a little bit of grease. You need something for friction. You can use diamond dust. That's the kind of heightened way of doing it, and you basically use a kind of like a bolt of some sort, right? At the end of which you attach the piece that you want to polish, and then you basically kindly and softly motion that piece over the tin plate, which is covered in some sort of grease and some kind of material that would be abrasive, right? Like diamond dust or some sort of abrasive paste. Yeah, it's an interesting process that you can only really appreciate, I think, by observing and learning, looking over someone's shoulder, more than thinking about it simply theoretically. But this is just a stunning piece, really a great expression of a minute repeater. Very simple on the face of it, 39 millimeter platinum case, stunning caliber on the back with elements of it that are black polished, other elements that have very beautiful ribbing, and certainly a lovely anglage that includes some interior angles as well. What a beautiful piece. Hand engraved number 0 here, inscribed number 0 on a plaque on the dial. Stunning piece by Gérard Perregaux from late 90s with an estimated value of 28,200 to 39,400 in US dollars. That was lot 62, Gérard Perregaux, reference 99,500, répétition minute in platinum. At lot 64, we have un Chrono Swiss régulateur tourbillon. So a 38 millimeter pink gold case, again with that dramatically oversized onion crown, the knurled bezel, which is actually echoed on the case back as well. Beautiful guilloche finished dial that has a kind of barley corn pattern for the main dial, and I believe like a basket weave sort of decoration for the hour dial, a spade hand for the hours, and an elegantly twisted minute hand that is centrally deployed, having your full attention. The tourbillon cage, of course, is here accented beautifully again with that heat blued screw, which actually allows you to track the seconds as well as it does its single revolution in 60 seconds within its cage. Again, a stunning piece, a flying tourbillon at that, right? Which means that it's not fixed with a bridge, harder to implement, and even more satisfying to behold, right? Because there's just no interruption. You can see every angle of that revolution within the minute at 6 o'clock right there. One of the people who has been integral to the implementation of this particular regulating mechanism into wristwatches was, of course, Daniel Roth, and he describes it beautifully. He basically says that he wanted something that would be artful, that would be something like a living, breathing, beating heart like piece on the face of the watch that would enhance it romantically as much as it regulated it mechanically. So the tourbillon has had its detractors, certainly, has perhaps been eclipsed in terms of its hype these days, but I think it remains still to this day one of the most suggestive symbols of this curious marriage between techniques and art on the wrist. That was bars. Someone clip that. Number 64. Here's a Chrono Swiss Régulateur Tourbillon in a 38 millimeter 18 karat pink gold case. Hand wound piece with the two barrels providing 72 hours of power reserve for this Tourbillon Régulateur by Chrono Swiss. Again, pretty decent movement finishing too. Lot 64, reference CH3221, with an estimated value of 10,200 to 14,700 in US dollars. Wow. Whew. A lot of heat coming in. This is lot 65 for a late 90s Blancpain tourbillon in white gold on a matching bracelet, and it is a beautiful bracelet indeed. Original Blancpain bracelet, 38 millimeters, which is a very respectable case size for that particular time period for Blancpain. You have some luminous material on the dial, pardon me, that is expressed in the form of the luminous pips for the hour markers and the tips for these skeletonized broadsword hands as well. You have essentially a flying tourbillon again that doubles up as a second sand, a power reserve indicator at 6, and a pointer date at 9 o'clock. Again, a fantastic piece. The stepped bezel itself, I think, is a work of art on this 18 karat 38 millimeter white gold case. Comes with Blancpain service pouch, certificate of authenticity from 2022, and a copy of the service invoice. So the piece is even under service warranty right now. Triple A grades from Antiquorum. This is lot 65 for Blancpain, reference 2123, pre-swatch tourbillon in white gold on its matching bracelets. Estimated value is 16,900 to 28,200. This is a fascinating piece too, by Roger Dubuis from 2012. It's the Excalibur. Excalibur is basically a take on that iconic Sympathie case in its three-pronged lug structure. You have the additional notched bezel in this case, and very muscular crown guards and an oversized crown. This is an example that has flying tourbillon at between 7 and 8 o'clock, and the micro rotor is exposed at 11 o'clock, which gives the watch a very unique look. Striking Dauphine hands for the hours and minutes, elongated Roman numerals that kind of meet in the middle, and what they lose in their legibility, I have to say, they gain in this expressive character that makes the dial look like a piano rather than the face of a watch, which can be good or bad depending on where you're looking from. And this piece actually comes with an original fitted box, the warranty card, certificate of origin, the chronometer seal, and the 2 DVDs. Here's the Geneva seal. .45 millimeter pink gold case, and lot 6069 has an estimated value of 20,300 to 28,200 in US dollars. Number 70 is a newer iteration of Blancpain, but in their dressy Viaret case. A day-date moon phase from 2017, basically new old stock, in an 18-karat pink gold case, 42 millimeters, 8-day power reserve, moon phase at 6 o'clock, and the day of the week and the month can be glimpsed through the 2 apertures at 12 o'clock, feuille hands that are skeletonized, and a serpentine hand that points to the date on the periphery of the dial. Roman numerals complete the picture on this elegantly stepped bezel watch. The estimated value for this new old stock piece is between 15,800 to 20,300 in US dollars. This is a very beautiful Omega chronograph that would probably not get a lot of attention because it's not Omega Speedmaster, it's not Seamaster. This is an Omega Deville that has a coaxial, that has a column wheel chronograph movement with a coaxial escapement. Alpha hands and the chronograph hands are heat blued, as you can see, including the centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand, the 12-hour counter at 12 o'clock, and the 30-minute totalizer at 3. The watch has beautiful classic Roman numerals and a continuous running seconds at 9. You have stepped and kind of spider-like lugs on this 41 millimeter case, one of only 333 examples sold in 2003, practically as here offered practically as a full set. As you can see, there's also a date window at 6, an automatic movement. This is Lot 71, an Omega Deville self-winding column wheel chronograph with a coaxial escapement with date at 6 o'clock in a 41 millimeter pink gold case, practically as a full set. The estimated value is 3,400 to 5,700 in US dollars. Hey, Al, how are you doing, man? We have a number of pocket watches that I am mostly skipping over, but if you want a closer look, we can always go back. Here is a beautiful 40s chronograph by Omega. What a stunning dial with a multimeter scale. On the periphery of the dial, you have the tachymeter. On this cream-like ring that's concentrically placed, within that tachometer, you have a pulsometer graduated to 15 pulsations. And then you have a beautiful 2-register chronograph, perfectly balanced dial with lovely Arabic numerals, a nice interplay of black, cream, and red on the dial of this stainless steel chronograph, 37.5, well-preserved case with bean-shaped pushers, very elegant and slightly sporty at the same time, I have to say. But for today, it can be a kind of dress chronograph, tuxedo watch with a wink. This is Omega reference CK 2079 with 37.5 millimeter stainless steel case with an extract from the archives by Omega accompanying the watch. Lots 90 has an estimated value of 10,200 to 15,800. Hey, this lovely to see you, man. At lots 91, we have an Omega Seamaster 300, reference 2913. This is a piece with 38 millimeter case, sold in 1958, apparently, in Switzerland. A dive watch from the late 50s. Looks every bit the part, in stainless steel, presented here on a leather strap at lot 91. It has an estimated value of 6,800 to 11,300 in US dollars. Lot 92 is FAP-worthy Omega Seamaster 30 Ranchero, 36 millimeter case. Think of it as Omega's answer to the Rolex Explorer. This one was sold to Fuerza Aérea del Perú, so hence FAP, Peruvian Air Forces, stainless steel, 36 millimeters, reference CK 2996 for this Ranchero Seamaster at lot 92. The estimated value of the piece is 4,600 to 6,800 in US dollars. MJ, who is MJ? Oh, okay.
Hey, what's up?
How are you doing, man?
Well, I see you in the morning, so how could it be bad?
Thank you, man. It's nice to see you as well. How you been?
Man, I'm having the best morning ever. I saw you online streaming, so I said I'll join, just enjoy, let you speak. And, I'm doing my favorite things today, including watching Pulp Fiction, so...
Nice. We are gonna, and that's a good time to plug it a little bit too, guys. Hit the like button while I pull this up. But as you guys know, this and I are collaborating on this series at the movies, and we have first done our take on Scarface, and that's already up. And this Saturday night, and this is Sunday morning, we are doing Pulp Fiction.
Yep. Looking forward, man.
It's gonna be good.
I'm setting up my camera, just a second. You can proceed. Don't let me interrupt you. Do you hear me, like the echo or something?
I hear you well.
All right. Sorry.
No worries, man.
How long are you going to go for?
Almost for another 2 hours,
Oh,
but
not
you
bad.
stay as long or as little as you want.
You just showed like an amazing Omega, like the Railmaster or something.
Uh, it's um, it's a piece called the Ranchero. This one,
Okay.
it's 36 millimeters. It was kind of unpopular at the time. I think partly because of branding, partly because of I guess the unusual size that people perhaps didn't associate with a Seamaster. It was maybe too little at the time. I don't know. But it wasn't popular. But nowadays they're kind of coming back in the collector's market. This is reference CK2996.
I know the reference, but how large was it, or how small was it?
36 millimeters. So it's like Omega's answer to the Explorer. Think of it like that.
And I assume that it was like from the 60s.
Mm-hmm. Early 60s.
So wasn't that a standard back then? This size?
Well, I mean, they had Seamasters that were 38, 39 millimeters. So compared to those, this was smaller. Compared to those, this was less water resistant. I think the Ranchero name they actually wanted for the Latin American markets, and it was understood. Yeah, people didn't like it. They found it offensive rather than, flattering.
Yeah.
Um, So there are all sorts of theories. I mean, I don't know why it didn't necessarily hit, but I think again, it's like in that category of a field watch that's not too ostentatious, that's not too large, that's still very classical, that can do double duty as a dress watch, very legible, very simple, pure, balanced, great piece.
Yeah. And it's not that pricey.
No, and again, like how many mil spec actual military issued watches from mid-century by a big brand can you get
Yeah.
at that price point, right?
I'm sorry, just the back side, the case back says FOP. That's funny.
That's what I've been saying. It's fap worthy.
Oh, fuck
It's
me
it's
there.
it's a watch. It's a watch that you can enjoy in so many different ways. for
For
the
sure.
for the horological wankers among us. Um,
Yeah.
it's a great,
Hey, what's
great
up?
piece. Hey man, nice to see you. I like
Nice to
this.
see you.
I like this haircut and the beard trim. It looks good on you, man.
Thank you, my man. Thank you.
Yeah, I like this too. Yeah, I think Ranchero is certainly a hidden gem, but especially because this is military issue, this 92 can be an interesting lot. 92 can be an interesting catch for someone who appreciates the provenance, who appreciates the proportions, and who maybe has a sense of humor as well.
How come it has no like bezel? Like I mean, numbers and rotating bezel.
I that's why I keep saying Explorer. It's like it's less of a dive watch, but more of a field kind of watch.
Hmm.
And this was apparently issued to the Peruvian Air Forces. So I guess 30 meters was enough of a depth rating for the cockpit.
Hmm.
But yes, in air too, especially at that time, rotational bezel would come in handy. That would be cool for navigation. But I guess this is the standard stripped down, purified model.
Hey, you said air, and I thought about our next movie after Pulp Fiction. You want to talk about it online on air?
Of course, we don't have to tease it too much. Yeah.
Con Air.
Oh, okay. So not Jackie Brown. Con Air is the
We'll do
third.
that after. So we'll wait and we'll make the wait
Yeah.
better.
No,
Whatever.
that's good because I mean, they would be both Tarantino back to back. So it's better to
Yeah.
break it up a little bit, like you said. We can do Con Air. Yeah,
Yeah.
I love Con Air actually. That's
How can you not? Nick Cage.
yeah. And wait, didn't Sean Connery has like a cameo like appearance too, right? Am I
I
right?
don't I don't remember, but maybe. I think of him from The Rock with the Cage. So same time, so more or less. Yeah.
Let me see. Of course, there's Steve Buscemi was there.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
wait, who else was there? Maybe you are right. Maybe I just mixed it with The Rock. So it's Nicolas Cage, John Cusack, John Malkovich, Steve Buscemi, Danny Trejo. Okay,
John Cusack?
wait, there was a Dave Chappelle cameo in that movie. All
Holy
right,
crap.
I
Holy
that I
crap.
don't remember at all. Oh my god, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be
Yeah.
good.
This
All
is
right,
gonna
that's a
be yeah.
good suggestion, man. Con Air can be good as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry for so derailing the conversation.
No, no, not at all, man. Not at all.
That sounded like Tony now.
Huh?
You sounded like Tony, like not at all, man. Not at all, man. Man. Man.
Love that
Yeah.
movie, man. So many great lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. See, we have full-blooded Seamaster
Ooh.
300 at 93. A lot of character on that sandwich dial. Look at the loom. Actually, I don't exactly know if these dials were sandwich or they were simply how do I put this, drilled and then filled. I think they were sandwich dials, but I didn't want to speak too quickly.
Brando, drilled and filled.
I mean, drilled. My English is failing me. It's been a long day, man. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking, but
No, it's okay. I'm just
Basil says, "I hope you guys do Total Recall. If we do it, I will have to do my part in Arnold's accent fully."
and I have another breast.
Ah, come on, do it now.
Dude. Oh my god. You're good. Get to the chopper. Wow.
This is a beautiful piece. Reference 2913, a Seamaster 300 from 1958. As you can see, this is a 38 millimeter case, so more in the Submariner range rather than an Explorer range in terms of the proportions. And it has an estimated value of 9,100 to 13,600 at lot 93. in a pretty good condition too, as much as you can observe from that single picture they have provided. For all they have in grading and detail here, I think they lose out on not supplying more pictures, but what can you do? This piece comes also with a archival extract from Omega. One of my favorites here. Here's a Breguet Type 20 Transatlantique. This is reference 3820. There's a little typo there. In stainless steel. And as you can see, it's a tritium dial with the lume having aged into this eggshell patina, including the big eye 30 minutes totalizer at 3 o'clock. Of course, you have the date window at 6 o'clock, which also has a champagne like fade on the background. The luminous triangle is still intact on the rotational bezel, which is bi-directional for timing. It's really a beautiful piece for your flyback chronograph with dates for this reference 3820 Breguet Type 20 Transatlantique in stainless steel on a leather strap. This is lot 95 with an estimated value of 3,400 to 5,700 in US dollars. Did you see the new thing I did?
What?
This. Let's see if you like it. I'm not gonna say anything, and I mean, I guess when you see the name, you can tell where he's from. But this is my friend Ben talking about his watch.
Hi, Ben. Would you like to tell me about your watch?
My Tag Heuer.
Yes, please.
My wife bought it for me when I turned 50 years old. And knowing that I of Steve McQueen, and that's the watch, the monocle that he was wearing when he was racing Le Mans, the movie. And I don't know, maybe it's a link or something to get closer to Steve McQueen. In my opinion, he was unfreaking believable, king of cool.
So how does it make you feel when you put that watch on in the morning?
King of cool.
Thank you, Ben.
That's great, man. That's really great. You should make this a permanent thing. Talk with people, friends about their watches. The best thing comes out.
I think so. It was pretty impromptu, and it was just 1 minute. And I'm lucky that he's an actor, so he's not camera shy. He had the thing going just like that. Gave the entire story in one minute, one take. It was beautiful.
Will he come on stream?
He could on some day. I mean, I think his time may be a little valuable for us, but okay, I can convince him one day, I'm sure. Maybe
All right.
I should stream one day from the cigar lounge. So when I catch him there, that's when he has free time. So that would be the best.
Is he? Seems like he's a member of our tribe, also by his family name.
Yes, he's from Haifa.
Dude, I want to meet him. Let's do something about it.
Yeah, we can do it. He has actually a couple of, he has not one but two Monacos. He loves that watch and that man so much that he has not one but two.
Nice.
Speaking of McQueen, this is lot 96, which is Hoya Monaco reference CAW 211A 14th anniversary tribute to Steve McQueen. And it is not just one example among many. This is number 2 of that 1000 example limited edition. Hoya, as a marketing ploy of sorts, when they first introduced their automatic chronographs, and the Monaco was the herald of the new age, being the first integrated self-winding waterproof chronograph. They placed the winding crown at 9 o'clock rather than 3 o'clock. And their marketing copy indicated, we just wanted to remind you that you don't need to actually wind this crown, since it winds itself with the motion of your wrist. So that was a little bit of a trick they did, and I think it was quite successful in getting people adjusted and used to self-winding chronographs. And this piece is a reissue, of course, from the 40th anniversary of Le Mans. And its estimated value is 5,100 to 7,400 in US dollars. 2 registers with the date at 6. Beautiful color scheme as well. Blue, red, and white. Comes both on a rally style strap and an additional alligator strap as well that's padded. Tag Heuer déployant clasp, original box, warranty card, instruction booklet, push pin, and the unforgettable Steve McQueen book accompanies the watch. That was lot 96 for the 40th anniversary Monaco. 5,100 to 7,400 in US dollars is the estimated value.
Would you buy it if you had the moolah?
For the Hoya McQueen,
Yeah.
I gotta be brutally honest, it's not one of my favorite watches, but that's what makes the world go around.
Why not? You don't like the size,
The size is actually kind of perfect, you know, because it's like the shape gives it a certain presence, but it's really 38 millimeters. So it wears like your run-of-the-mill sports watch in terms of proportions, but has a presence that's larger than that.
Okay.
So
Can you
it's
jump?
Sorry?
No,
No, go
sorry. This is my friend Alon, who I made a few streams and videos with. He's a Hoyer fanatic, and I want to
Awesome.
show him this auction. So can you send me the link for this one
Of course.
on the private chat? Thanks, man.
Sure. I mean, I will do it to both the private chat and the regular chat. It's there. So guys, if you have any questions about any particular lots, if you want us to do a deep dive on any of these watches, feel free to send in the lot number with a super chat, and we would be more than happy to dissect it for you. Here is lot number 97, which is a stainless steel pilot's watch Mark 15 by IWC. Arabic numbers, the triangle at 12 o'clock, the lozenge-shaped hands that are generously loomed. They're also stick markers at quarters that contain some luminous material as well. You have the date window at 3 o'clock and a 5-row beads of rice bracelets is a beautiful complement to the 38 millimeter stainless steel case. This piece also comes practically as a full set at lots 97. This is an IWC reference 3253 Fliegeuhr Mark 15 in stainless steel on a matching beads of rice bracelet and an estimated value of 2,300 to 4,600 in US dollars. This is an interesting Frank Müller watch at lot 100, the tonneau-shaped case in 18 karat white gold. It's a pretty oversized piece, by the way, at 39 by 55, including the lugs. Very thick piece. Has a retrograde hand for the day of the week, which snaps back on Monday. You also have these generously shaped hands for the hours and minutes. Dates through an opening at around 12 o'clock. You have an oversized subdial for the seconds, and within that you have an indicator for the month as well. So you basically get a triple calendar with an oversized date and a retrograde day of the week, which is a cool complication.
What do you think of Frank Muller? All I know about him, it's somebody, right? It's a person.
Yes, he's still alive, by the way. He hasn't passed yet, but I think he is less involved with the company these days, even though he's kind of like a consultant for it still.
Okay.
He had his height in the 90s in mostly through this particular case shape, the tonneau shape, but he
Like
also had a
like a barrel,
perfect,
right?
perfect.
Yeah.
The barrel-shaped cases, and he also had a rectangular case as well that they called the Long Island, if I'm not mistaken. And you know those elongated Arabic numerals that are particularly styled. You know, so he had a pretty strong brand that could be almost immediately visually recognized. You know, everyone had one at a certain point in time. I think they're primed for a comeback of some sort. You know, maybe not right away, but imagine, you know, they were iterating styles from the 20s and 30s, and they were really popular in the 90s. So chances are it might come back in a certain cycle. And here's the thing, he also used to call himself Master of Complications, as you might have heard somewhere. So he had a lot of interesting chronographs and other complications early on, even though the aesthetics kind of took over as time went on.
Yeah.
So this is a triple calendar in 18 karat white gold in that characteristic barrel-shaped case, as this has beautifully put it. It's retrograde day of the week as well as the oversized date. This is the Frank Müller reference 8880 in white gold and an estimated value of 7,900 to 13,600 $1,500 in US dollars.
Hey Brandon, I'm gonna bounce. I gotta start my morning. I got a few new
All right.
video coming now. I gotta edit it and
Amazing.
eat some hummus, watch Pulp Fiction, and prepare for Saturday.
So how many times do you eat your hummus during the day?
Oh
All
no, no,
meals or just
no.
breakfast?
I have a tradition. On Friday, my father he
Hmm.
drives to Tira, which is an Arabic city. They have the
Okay.
best hummus, and he brings some hummus, and I eat like with one pita, I wipe it like wipe like nagev, like you wipe, and then I drink something, eat some how do you say pickles, and life is good.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is.
Yes,
Please
it is.
send my regards to your father and the rest of the family. Please subscribe to This's channel, guys. I
Thank you so much.
posted the link there in the chat.
Thank you so
Um,
much.
he's working very hard again on his channel, so show him some support and love, please. And he's a great friend both to me and to this platform. He's doing this movies thing with me, which I really appreciate. Yeah, I look forward to your Sunday morning and my Saturday nights. It's not too far away now.
And now that you say you're doing the movies thing with you, maybe you will do a show thing with me on my channel.
I would be delighted. I would be honored. I would
We'll talk
do
about it.
anything. Of course.
All right, man.
Take care.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Have a good. Bye.
Enjoy your day. Shabbat shalom. All right. Speaking of Frank Müller, there we go. We have another tonneau-shaped case by him in pink gold with those elongated Arabic numerals, lozenge-shaped hands, centrally deployed seconds hand, sweeping seconds on this Havana dial. The model is called Casablanca, but I love this maroon shade on this guilloche dial. Of course, these were larger than life watches, so you have a platinum rotor for the movements. You have to advertise it on the watch face. You also have a date window at 6 that is framed in tones that match the pink gold tonneau-shaped case. This is the Frank Müller Casablanca reference 8880 SCDT with a platinum rotor in an 18-karat pink gold case. The case is 40 by 55, including the crown. At lot 101, the estimated value is 7,900 to 13,600 in US dollars. Again, guys, please subscribe to Dizordi's channel. He does some great work here, and look forward to our show in 2 days where we will talk about Quentin Tarantino's iconic movie Pulp Fiction. Please hit the like button while you're at it. This is a fantastic piece. So this is a model that Breguet calls La Musicale, reference 7800, executed in 18 karat yellow gold, 48 millimeter case. 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 48 milli I think it is worth taking a look at it, simply due to the guilloche decoration at the center of the dial, which kind of gives you a feeling of sound waves. The second sand, as you can see, is already stylized to put you in a musical mood as well. There's an indication for the power reserve of the alarm. The original box has this particular layout, which helps the sound to resonate if you want to use it for demonstration. Of course, that classic silvered guilloche dial is matched with heat-blued set of Breguet hands for hours and minutes. The invisible Breguet signatures flank the Roman numeral 12. And I think you can basically set the music for alarm and also play it on request too with one of these pushers. So it's a fascinating piece. As you can see, the case band is decorated with the notation as well. And the piece in question is probably the ouverture of La Gazza Ladra, which is like what they call a semi-serious opera by Rossini. I guess you can call it a melodrama. Anyway, this is a very special piece. You don't see them around every day. I know maybe it's not up everyone's alley, but just the crazy guilloche pattern at the center of the dial should spark some sort of interest. This is lot 105, Breguet reference 7800s, La Musicale, which is a 48 millimeter yellow gold watch with a pretty ostentatious presentation, box decoration, on the dial, on the case band and all. And it is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 28,200 to 39,400 in US dollars. Guys, everyone is talking about how smaller watches are coming back until I start seeing 33 millimeter and below Breguet dress watches on every influencer's wrist. I'm not going to believe in that bullshit. So for that, I'm showing you lot 106, a very elegant 18 karat watch, 18 karat gold watch in a 38 millimeter case. Beautiful dial with applied Breguet numerals, Breguet hands and small seconds at 6, a sapphire cabochon on the crown, on this perfectly round case with extended lugs. Of course, those lugs are teardrop lugs, and the entire case band is fluted with a pattern that people like to liken to coin edging. This is lot 106 for a stunning 33 millimeter 18 karat yellow gold Breguet dress watch. for 5,700 to 9,100 in US dollars. This is beautiful. 108 is one of the big six. This is the one that closed the decade. As you guys know, I love talking about the 90s era Gégé Lecoutre, which under the leadership of Günther Blümlein and the president of the company, Henri Jean Belmont, was using the Reverso as a canvas to demonstrate all their watchmaking expertise. And they produced these stunning 6 watches that flexed JLC's horological muscles. It started with just a pointer date and a power reserve indicator for the 60e, but continued with the tourbillon, with the minute repeater, with the hand-wound chronograph with retrograde minutes, which they just revived in the form of the tribute chronograph with some adjustments and slight modifications just in the last Watches and Wonders. And there was also the Géographique, which was a GMT version of the classic Reverso. All of these were in 18-karat pink gold Grand Taille cases, produced in 500 examples. And here's the one that came last, but perhaps meant the most, the 15e perpétuel, the perpetual calendar, in an 18-karat Reverso pink gold case. On the recto dial, on the primary dial, you have oversized small seconds subdial, the leap year indicator. You also have a day and night indicator right here at around 2 o'clock. The beautiful JL logo that is in itself applied in pink gold. A lovely pattern in guilloche for the center dial in the rectangle, and a railroad track for the minutes around it. And look at the class of that presentation box. And here on the back, you have a beautifully wave-like motif, beautiful wave-like motif on the guilloche dial. At the center, you have the moon phase. You have a large retrograde date hand, which snaps back at the beginning of the month. And also you have the month and day of the week in 2 separate subdials. It's really a very stunning and very functional watch all at once. And here it comes as a real collector's item with its original fitted box, push pin, certificate of authenticity, certificate of warranty, instruction booklets, all the 9 yards, reference 27255, the JLC Reverso Perpetual Calendar in an 18-karat pink gold case. The anniversary edition, so to speak, the limited edition, with an estimated value of 16,900 to 28,200 at lot 108. speaking of which, we have the chronograph at lot 109. This is the chronograph that came out in 1996, sold by Vempe in December 1996, one of only 500. In its original presentation box, comes with a warranty. Actually, it does not say original, so who knows? It does look like a very quality box there, but I can't tell everything from that shot. Unfortunately, they did not provide a photo of the skeletonized chronograph movement on the back, but the primary dial, the recto side, already tells a great story with a wave-like scalloped center dial decorated with guilloche. You have a mailbox flag-like indicator at 5 o'clock, which falls down and reveals the French word marche. When you engage the chronograph here, you have a date indicator at 6. And on the back, you have the open-worked, hand-wound column wheel chronograph movement, which is a delight with the retrograde minute hand. It was the first chronograph movement designed from scratch in the post-quartz age, predating Alan Gonzunez's L951.1 by a few years. Good enough that they had to revive it this year in Watches and Wonders with slight modifications in 2023. Let me send you my take on that piece that I released in a video right after the release at Watches and Wonders. Thank you for taking a look whenever you can and hitting the like button on that video and sharing it. It's quite bite-sized, and it can really help me if you can at all help me get some more people into this channel, help me expand the community. So this is lot 109, the Reverso chronograph retrograde, the hand-wound chronograph with the retrograde minute hand, one of only 500 in the 18-karat pink gold Kantai Reverso case, reference 270 to 69, with an estimated value of 6,800 to 11,300 US dollars. Within that range, it is an absolute bargain. Do not miss it. You'll regret it. This is the Reverso chronograph in the original run of 500 pieces, 18-karat pink gold case, one of only 500 in its original version, in its original dimensions at lot 109. I sense a little bit of a theme, but this is something a little different. If you are somehow not on board with the rectangular genius and stunning beauty of the Reverso, here is a great take on the perpetual calendar for you as well. This is the master control, perfectly round at 37 millimeters again in 18 karat pink gold, moon phase at 6 o'clock, French calendar with date at 9 o'clock, day of the week at 3, and the month at 12. You also have a 2-digit expression of the year. Just a single pusher for adjustments. Everything is synchronized. This is Jaeger-LeCoultre reference 14280, the master control perpetual calendar in a 37 millimeter pink gold case from 1997 with an estimated value of 7,900 to 13,600 in US dollars. At 112, we have a 250th anniversary Vacheron Constantin. This is a beautiful piece. It's a patrimony, 40 millimeters in 18 karat pink gold with the matching tang buckle, black dial with elongated stick markers and pencil hands, a small second subdial that is also beautifully and subtly framed with that gold ring, a very classic, legible, and pure iteration of a dress watch for the 250th anniversary of the longest continuously operating watchmaker in the world. Vacheron Constantin lot 112 is expected to realize a final hammer price, between 7,900 to 13,600 in US dollars. Speaking of Vacheron Constantin, here is the Royal Eagle, one of the hidden gems of the entire catalog. A big hit, if you ask me, from early 2000s. It has a tonneau-shaped case with these talon-like lugs, talons of the Maltese falcon. You can think of it that way. Stepped lugs. The same movement, 1187, that is built on the Frédéric Piguet base that Vacheron used on overseas chronographs at the time as well, with the big date, with the 2-window, 2-guichet oversized date at 12 o'clock. Heat-blued, centrally deployed seconds hand with 60 in red, 12-hour counter at 9 o'clock, 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, and continuous running seconds at 6. You have 4 pips of loom at the quarters, and also the broadsword hands are subtly loomed as well. Stylized Arabic numerals complete the picture for this stainless steel chronograph. A lot of character on this piece, and certainly you would be getting a great deal at lot 113, Vacheron Constantin Royal Eagle chronograph in stainless steel, reference 49145, with an estimated value of 3,400 to 5,700 US dollars. There's something quite enticing about platinum Lange 1, and here you get it with the lovely complication. It comes with a Lange box as well. This is the first iteration, of course, of the Lange 1 time zone, their version of the world timer in the already iconic design, one of the most popular watches with an off-center dial, with an asymmetric dial. You have a primary dial, oversized dates. The primary dial has this integrated small seconds at 6. You have a secondary dial for a second time zone. Of course, the power reserve indicator in its traditional placement, both for the main dial and the secondary dial, both for the local time and reference time. You have a AM PM indicator. This is like a small rotating disc. In the newer version, the arrows are eliminated. It's basically this blue half circle that serves that purpose now. And of course, in addition to the pusher that allows you to correct the date, cycle through the date quickly, you also have a pusher to turn the city's ring as well, which subtly replaces Paris with Berlin. This is the Lange 1 time zone in platinum, 42 millimeter case. The piece comes with its box. As you can see, that particular alloy of nickel, copper, and zinc has over the years already taken a more noticeable champagne-like hue, which makes it even more beautiful. Those hand engraved details. Beautiful movements as well. Swan neck regulator, the heat blued screws. It's like an entire manual on hand finishing. This is lot 115, Lange 1 time zone in a 42 millimeter platinum case, reference 116026. This piece is expected to fetch an amount somewhere between 28,200 to 39,400 in US dollars. We're entering the last hour of the broadcast, so if you would like to ask me a watch-related question or simply direct my attention to another lot, one I skipped or one is well ahead of me, feel free to send it in with a super chat, and I would be more than happy to dive into it and get into the nitty-gritty of historical and horological detail. As you can see, Antiquorum seems to say that it can hang with the best, with lot 117. This is an octa jour et nuit. This is a complication that was only produced as part of the Ruthenium series. The Ruthenium series were introduced in a way as the swan song of the brass movements at the transition from brass movements to 18 karat pink gold movements. There were limited editions of all these models with brass movements in 99 pieces, and they had ruthenium dials as well as ruthenium plated movements rather than the usual rhodium plated one, except for Octa Jour Nuit, which was a new complication, basically a day and night indicator. Very subtle and beautiful indeed. I think in platinum, this piece looks absolutely stunning. I love that the anthracite gray background of the oversized date indicator, of the 2-digit date indicator, matches perfectly with the ruthenium dial. Beautiful watch, just with the right touch of blue on the dial at lot 117. One of only 99. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price between 170,000 to 226,000 US dollars. At lot 123, we have a beautiful Audemars Piguet white gold pocket watch. It's a jump hour piece, 44 millimeters in white gold, with a silver dial, railroad track for the minutes, which are expressed in 2-digit Arabic numerals, except number 5, around the dial. You have also a small second subdial at 6, and a very subtle aperture right under the signature of the brand for the jump hour. Beautiful 44 millimeter white gold jump hour pocket watch at lot 123 with an estimated value of 11,300 to 22,600 in US dollars. A mid-60s dress watch by Audemars Piguet in a 32 millimeter white gold case that gives you a glimpse of the artisanship that distinguished this maker of fine watches, especially at the time. You can see that our track and the beautiful engine turning that decorates it. You can admire the open working of the dial that also has many elements of freehand engraving. This is a hand-wound ultra-thin piece in 18 karat white gold, 32 millimeters at lot 124, with an estimated value of 4,600 to 6,800 in US dollars. We have a classic Vacheron Constantin triple date from 1946 with the perfect round case, teardrop lugs, and the red accents. The date hand is particularly striking in this electric blue with a red arrow tip that is very thin at the very end, which points on the periphery of the dial, the date itself written in red, the French calendar through the two apertures right under the signature of the brand is day of the week and the month, an oversized subdial for the seconds, and two fine pencil hands for the hours and minutes, Roman numerals at 12, 3, and 9. A fantastic piece in 36 millimeters, comes with a Vacheron Constantin box and an extract from the archives. This is the original Vacheron Constantin triple dates, of which in the Historique series find an example which has blue accents, which has more like spider lugs, and a 40 millimeter stainless steel case. So a very different aesthetic, maybe finer and more elegant in this particular case. This is lot 130 for the Vacheron Constantin reference 4241, a triple calendar dress watch from 1946 with a beautiful two-tone dial with red accents and an estimated value of 6,800 to 11,300 in US dollars. At 134, we have a beautiful tropical black gilt dial on this 50s Eberhard chronograph. This is actually a multimeter scale as well, with the telemeter on the periphery of the dial and the tachometer snailed into the center of the dial. A monopusher piece from the 50s in 40 millimeters, so the jumbo size from the time period on this 2-register chronograph with a 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock and continuous running seconds at 9 o'clock. Seems like it is in excellent preserved condition. The piece is here expected at lot 134 to realize a final hammer price between 9,100 to 13,600 in US dollars. Hey, John Seltzer, how are you doing? Another oversized monopusher chronograph, this time from the 40s by Minerva, maybe in a less than stellar condition compared to the dial of the Eberhard we looked at, but the case looks extremely well preserved for the age. At 42 millimeters, it is positively gigantic, especially for the time period. That nice oversized crown, and of course the mono pusher for all the functions of the chronograph, start, stop, reset in one handy, easily accessed button. That's lot 135, Minerva 42 millimeter stainless steel mono pusher chronograph from 1940s with an estimated value of 7,900 to 13,600 in US dollars. Wow, we have another incredible piece at lot 136. This is Leonidas split second chronograph with tropical dial. Look at that piece. It looks like a tritone dial now with or like a gradient brown dial that starts with maroon in the middle and gradiates into like a dark shade of brown, like tobacco brown, tobacco leaf brown, I should say, at the periphery of the dial. We have two registers, a subtly and radially guillochade 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, continuous running seconds at 6, a tachometer on the periphery of the dial, and you have the mono pusher for the chronograph functions and an additional pusher on the crown to split the 2 second hands for this Leonidas chronograph from the 1940s in a 43 millimeter case size. Here you can see the fascinating split seconds caliber. Look at that beautiful oversized balance wheel. The architecture of the caliber is amazing, and it looks relatively, well, not relatively, I mean, it looks very well preserved and relatively clean as well. Wow. Probably some sort of military issue piece, honestly, with the fixed lugs especially. It gives me that vibe. Of course, since it's marked 40s, even if they knew, that's usually something they wouldn't want to reveal. This is 136 Leonidas split second chronograph with a tropical dial in an oversized 43 millimeter stainless steel case. This unique piece is expected to fetch an amount somewhere between 33,800 to 57,000 in US dollars. At lot 138, we have the original Rolex Prince, reference 971. This is the so-called zebra because it has a unique striped execution of two-tone, alternating between white gold and pink gold, a two-tone silver dial, Art Deco Arabic numerals, an octagon-like railroad track for the minutes inside the main dial and an oversized subdial for the seconds at 6 o'clock. This is Rolex's tribute to the Art Deco era. It is also sometimes called the doctor's watch, a chronometer in its time as well. Reference 971, here in excellent condition, from 1930s, matched with an 18 karat yellow gold Cartier Déployant clasp. It has an estimated value of 7,900 to 13,600 in US dollars. Oh, this is beautiful. At 1:43, we have a very unique Florentine finish. Rolex President, 1806. This is a piece bought in 1965 from Fred, which is a Parisian jewelry shop that is now owned by LVMH, if I'm not mistaken. It practically comes as a full set with all this documentation, including apparently a service invoice from Rolex Mexico at a certain point in time. This has a case and a brick style matching bracelet that has that kind of Florentine finish. So does the bezel. The dial has this sort of pinkish champagne shade on that traditional linen pattern. And the day wheel is actually in Spanish, as you can tell. This is lot 143, an absolute time capsule of a watch, a very rare bird indeed within the very diverse universe of Rolex day dates. Reference 1806. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 22,600 to 33,800 in US dollars. Another beautiful piece. They don't make them like this no more. This is 18038. The day date on its matching presidential bracelet in 18 karat yellow gold, beautiful fluted bezel, and a burl wood dial. a really distinguished and three-dimensional look, very classy. This is lot 146, a Rolex Day-Date with a wood dial with an estimated value of 11,300 to 16,900 in US dollars. At 147, you have the Platonic ideal of all diver watches, one of the most iconic iterations of the Rolex Submariner. Meters first, 5513, a perfectly balanced expression on this dial. Matte black dial in a beautiful contrast with the eggshell patina on both the indices and the hands. The sheer minimalism of the two-liner that counterbalances the signature of the brand as well as the crown. The piece comes on its original and matching stainless steel bracelet as well. This is the Rolex Submariner 5513 meters first with the matte black dial at lot 147 with an estimated value of 6,800 to 11,300 in US dollars. They have graded it with AAA, which testifies on Antiquorum's part to the excellent condition of this watch, lot 147. Lot 148 is a 5508, no crown guards. The matte black dial is relatively well preserved, but unfortunately there is a little bit of skeletonization going on in the minute hand. On a matching stainless steel Jubilee bracelet. This is a smaller case, and it is at lot 148, sits with an estimated value of 5,100 to 7,400 in US dollars. At 149, we have a Tudor Submariner with some provenance. This is the watch that was given to the Swiss water polo champions in 1974. An example of this watch made it to A Man and His Watch. And here you see an example of it, which is made to Juan J. Bressou for being the Swiss champions in water polo in 1974. This is the Tudor Submariner 7016. Presented here on a tropic rubber strap with an estimated value of 5,700 to 9,100 in US dollars. At 150, we have a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 16520 with the Patrizzi dial. This is distinguished by the slightly browned rings, outer rings on the chronograph registers. And the W serial is the original serial, so that's what they note for the Patrizzi. It is usually observed, it is usually seen in W, S, and T serials, named after the founder of Antiquorum for wristwatches and expert Osvaldo Patrizzi, who was somehow obsessed with this particular form of fading, which he could almost observe just a few months after the purchase, because he had the couple, I think, that he bought and then stashed away. And by the time he got back to them after a few months, those lacquered finished parts, those outer rings, had already browned in this peculiar way. So his obsession and his collection of these pieces led other collectors to call it after his last name. So this is lot 150, Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 16520, with the black Patrizzi dial. This piece is expected to fetch an amount somewhere between 33,800 to 57,000 in US dollars. Hey, Chris, how are you doing, man? At lot 151, we have a beautiful example of the Coke as a full set, right around 2,000, meaning solid end links, but whole lugs, kind of great compromise between neo-vintage and contemporary. That's the charm of the 5-digit in general, but especially right around the year 2000. This is the Swiss-made dial. This is a full set GMT Master 2 from the turn of the century, a reference 16710 with the Coke bezel in stainless steel, of course, with its matching oyster bracelet. This piece is expected to fetch an amount somewhere between 11,300 to 16,900 in US dollars. That was lot 151. Last 30 minutes, everyone. If you have any watch-related questions, or if you want me to dive deep into any of these lots that I skipped over or that are well ahead, please feel free to send me a super chat with the lot number, and I will immediately attend to it. This is the transitional reference of the Explorer 2 with the polar white dial. The dial itself has slightly faded into this cream-like color the hands into a pumpkin-like patina, and the luminous material on the hour markers look like eggshell to me. In stainless steel, the font is quite distinctive on that fixed 24-hour bezel on these particular models. This is reference 16550 Explorer 2 Polar from 1987, with an estimated value of 7,900 to 13,600 in US dollars. At lot 155, we have a Rolex Blue Z with the so-called Sultan dial, which is basically like the full gold version of the Surti, right? You have a champagne backdrop, round diamonds for the hour markers, of course, except for 6 and 9, where you have baguette cut sapphires, and 12 o'clock above the coronet, where you have a triangular cut sapphire as well. The original blue dial comes with the watch, as well as an extra set of service hands. This is a reference 1688. The piece comes with its original fitted box, and it has an estimated value of 28,200 to 39,400 in US dollars. Here we have the 50th anniversary Submariner, the Kermit with the flat 4, new old stock, basically including the case stickers. This is a piece that is from around 2004. Rolex reference 16610 LV for Lunettes Vertes, F serial Submariner in new old stock condition. It is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 16,900 to 22,600 in US dollars. Number 160, we have the original white gold Submariner, reference 116619, with its original box, warranty card, instruction booklet, hang tag, and chronometer seal. Unlike the Cookie Monster in the current lineup, this piece has both the black ceramic bezel insert as well as a blue ceramic bezel insert, as well as a matte blue dial. At lot 160, a Rolex Submariner Smurf, the 18-karat white gold sub with the blue bezel and the blue face. The piece is 22,600 to 33,800 US dollars in estimated value. Feel free to hit the like button. It doesn't cost anything, but it helps me a great deal. Thank you. At lot 161, we have a two-tone execution of Rolex Cosmograph Daytona from the 6-digit generation. So this is 116523 with the caliber 3130, the in-house self-winding chronograph caliber by Rolex for their iconic sports chronograph for the first time. This was a piece, however, about a decade into the production from 2010 with an anthracite gray dial and the gold outer rings on chronograph registers to match the tones of the tachometer bezel as well as the polished 18-karat gold center links. Lot 161 has an estimated value of 16,900 to 22,600 in US dollars. At lot 163, we have an interesting example of the now discontinued Panda. This is 116500 LN, a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona of the penultimate generation. This is apparently a piece that has the UAE's symbol, the hawk, on the background. الولايات العربية المتحدة. And it comes with its green chronometer seal, booklet, warranty card, and original fitted box. Antiquorum signs it with their initial to signify that it is the highest grade of item that they can actually source. At 163, an example of the 116500 LN Panda with the UAE eagle engraved on the case back. This piece has an estimated value of 57,000 to 79,000 in US dollars. Another piece that deserves such grading is this example of the Paul Newman that they are serving at lot 164. It is a reference 6241 with the Paul Newman exotic dial. The background has aged into this very soft cream tone, which is exquisite. You have those slightly recessed chronograph registers with the Art Deco Arabic numerals, which distinguish the exotic dial. Of course, the red accents for the seconds track that indicate 1/5 of a second, and the Daytona writing itself in red. This piece is a very good example of the Paul Newman exotic dial Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 6241, and it is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 148,000 to 260,000 in US dollars. Again, one of the oddballs at 165. This is that transitional reference of the Explorer 2. Again, 16550 with the cream rail dial. The reason it's called rail dial is how superlative and officially and chronometer and certified are so perfectly aligned. And of course, the dial itself, having had some sort of defect with the lacquer, has turned into cream, or at least that is the myth. So this is a lot 165 for this piece that was sold in March 1986, and that comes more or less as a full set, box, punched papers, as well as the two booklets. The estimated value is 13,600 to 20,300 in US dollars. At 166, we have a reference 1019. This is the Rolex Milgauss, which is now a fully discontinued family line of products in Rolex. The silver dial is said to have been a collaboration between Rolex and CERN for this particular reference. It is beautifully complemented by the matching red writing of the Milgauss and the red arrow tip of the sweeping seconds hand. This is a piece that was sold in 1965, and at lot 166, it has an estimated value of 16,900 to 22,600 in US dollars. A lot of beautiful chiming pocket watches back to back. Very interesting pieces. A split-second chronograph, Tiffany branded with a Patek Philippe movement. Early Patek Philippe perpetual calendar in a 52 millimeter 18-karat pink gold case of a pocket watch. Excuse me. Okay, I have to stop here because this is a fascinating piece. I love that dial design. Wow. A 46 millimeter stainless steel pocket watch with a two-tone silver dial that is perfectly divided at the center with this crosshair-like design. Strikingly flame-blued hands for all 3 hours, minutes, and seconds, and a sector dial that is quartered with the Arabic numerals at 12, 3, 6, and 9. Well-preserved piece. And here's a look at the movement as well. Wow. What a stunning, stunning piece. This is lot number 174, graded with their initial by Antiquorum, testifying to its condition, made in 1929, sold in 1938, 46 millimeter stainless steel pocket watch with a so-called scientific or sector dial in two-tone silvered finish. It has an estimated value of 16,900 to 28,200 in US dollars. At lot 176, we have the classic Patek Philippe Calatrava in a 30 millimeter yellow gold case, reference 96, white opaline silver dial, small seconds at 6, feuille hands, baton markers, gold beads on the minute track to match the yellow gold case, and an oversized crown completes this timeless style of the dress watch, running on a hand-wound caliber 12-120. This piece has an estimated value of 5,700 to 7,900 in US dollars. A lot of interesting shaped pieces by Patek, integrated bracelets, some feminine pieces, others that are uniquely formed. Here are two interesting pieces, one bargain, one extremely rare. This is a square piece, very clean, very, very well preserved. The dimensions are not too bad either, 29 by 36, 26 by 36 millimeters. Horizontally grain brushed champagne dial to match the case. Art Deco Arabic numerals at quarters. This is a beautiful tank style piece by Patek Philippe, reference 3491 in 18 karat yellow gold at lot 184 with an estimated value of 2,300 to 4,600. At 185, we have a rare bird, vintage Patek with a black dial is always intensely desired. This particular piece has 36 millimeters from 1941, which makes it positively gigantic, of course, with oversized feuille hands, Arabic numerals at 12, 3, and 9, and continuous, and small seconds at 6 o'clock. A beautiful case, which is relatively well preserved. Here's a look under the hood for that gorgeous hand-wound movement that is held in with a metal ring. All the hallmarks on the inside of the case back. And the black dial that is apparently confirmed with the extract from the archives. Beautiful unrestored black dial for this 36 millimeter 18 karat yellow gold Calatrava, reference 560 from Patek Philippe, manufactured and sold in 1941 at lot 185. This piece is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the range of 57,000 to 91,000 in US dollars. At lot 188, we have a pretty unique expression, pretty unique execution of the ellipse as a pendant watch. Of course, this was a style for the ladies at the time to hang around the neck and check easily. And this is double branded with Gubelin. Gubelin is a very storied maker in Switzerland, jeweler in Switzerland. The ellipse, as you know, was called Ellipse d'Or, or the Golden Ellipse, because of its particular design principle, which follows the golden ratio. But additionally, it also had these unique dials, which were actually produced from a gold blank and heat blued and finished in this unique sunburst, which creates a very eye-catching effect in real life. It somewhat translates to the photograph as well, but it is quite beautiful, much more striking in real life. Here is a unique execution of the ellipse at lot 188, 40 by 48 millimeters for this Patek Philippe Gubelin branded golden ellipse reference 874 pendant watch in 18 karat yellow gold. The estimated value is 6,800 to 11,300 in US dollars. I think I'm gonna consider maybe 3 more watches and then sign off. But I want to remind you, tomorrow in about 11 hours, I will be with the professor discussing right here the Thierry Stern interview that was published in Bloomberg. A couple of weeks ago. So please follow the link, and I'll see you on the other end in a little more than 10 hours. I wanted to share that with you before I close. Feel free to like that video already, as you have this one. Doesn't cost anything, but it is great help. This is lot 190. It is the 5070P. So This was basically Patek Philippe's return to the hand-wound chronograph pure and simple. Decades after 1463 was discontinued, it was introduced in 1998, and in many ways, it had to live, at least for the early years of its existence, in the shadow of the Lange datograph, which really redefined the game for that particular segment of high horological chronographs. You can say it changed the game for a completely different level, but we don't have to make any exaggerated statements. It took a while for this particular piece, for the 5070, to be appreciated. The oversized case did not hit exactly well at the very beginning. This is a piece that is very well preserved. It is also the last generation of the hand-wound Patek Philippe chronograph that is built on the Lemania CH27 base. Even if the case is enormous for that movement in terms of its size, this is still a watch that has a unique aesthetic and presents perhaps as one of the last examples of a bygone era for the brand. This is, again, 5070p with that night blue dial with the Arabic numerals, the 2 digits for this hand-wound chronograph with the classic feuille hands. The estimated value of the watch at lot 190 is 148,000 to 200,000. Sorry. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 148,000 to 204,000 in US dollars. At lot 193, we have a two-tone example of the reduced size Nautilus. This is not the jumbo. At 3800, reference 3800, we have a piece that's much smaller, and I believe this is, in fact, an even smaller version with white opaline dial and a diamond set bezel in that part of the bezel that would be in mirror polished finish. A subtly feminine but a very elegant version of the piece. Of course, as with other 3800s, it features the sweeping seconds, that centrally deployed seconds hand. This is the 3800/2 two-tone Nautilus in the reduced size and with a diamond bezel. This piece has an estimated value of 39,400 to 51,000 in US dollars. It comes with an extract from the archives as well as a Patek Philippe travel pouch. All right, last two pieces, and I will return to you with this auction tomorrow in the late night stream. As I mentioned earlier in the day, I will be dissecting the Bloomberg interview that Thierry Stern gave at the beginning of the month. It will be a way for us to follow certain trends in the market, especially as it refers to high horological brands, especially as it refers to elite luxury watches. Speaking of which, this is the highly popular flyback chronograph version of the Patek Philippe Nautilus in stainless steel. The reference number is 5980 with the blue gradient dial and that single register execution of the chronograph, which combines continuous running seconds with a 12-hour counter as well as the 30-minute totalizer. You have the date at 3 o'clock and centrally deployed seconds hand in white as well. This is a lot 194. It comes with the full set of the original fitted box, certificate of origin, push pin, as well as the booklets, graded AAA for its excellent condition by Antiquorum. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between $91,000 to $136,000 in US dollars. And finally, you have a feminine version of the Nautilus, a reduced size, reference 7118 with the rounded sword hands, wavy ribbed matte blue dial, dates at 6 o'clock, an Arabic numeral, a single Arabic numeral at 12 o'clock. This piece is in stainless steel and comes with its original fitted box, certificate of origin, as well as the booklets, lot 195 has an estimated value of $31,600 to $39,400 in US dollars. Once again, thank you everyone for being here. I want to thank my friend 10h10 for being with me on the earlier part of this broadcast. I really appreciate that he came by. Please subscribe to his channel. I'll send you the link again, and stay tuned for our further episodes of the movies. The next one is coming on our Saturday night, so keep your eyes peeled. Tomorrow, in less than 11 hours, I will join you with the professor talking about the interview that Thierry Stern gave to Bloomberg. And I will have my usual nightly Watch Talk live stream as well. And I will come back to the Antiquorum auction again and talk about some of the choice pieces presented there. I look forward to catching up with you then. If you haven't hit the like button, please do so. Subscribe if you haven't. I'm here with Watch Talk on a daily basis, and there's a lot of content for you to consume over time, to share with friends and family, and help me reach a wider base and help us build a larger community around our shared passion for wristwatches. So help me out, and I will get back to you with more quality content, with simply more content over time. I have some interesting news for the channel for the month of May and beyond. I can't wait to share them with you. Until then, stay safe, wear your watches, enjoy them. I'll get back to you in the next one. Until then, I bid you adieu. Take care.